Testing. Welcome to the Paso Robles regular meeting agenda for February 6th, 5 o'clock start. Go ahead and call a roll call, Melissa. Thank you.
Councilmember Bausch. The records show he's not present. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. We have closed session items on for legal conference. I guess we want to have Elizabeth give us information on what we're having to talk about.
Sure. We're going to go into closed session for a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. It's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and there is significant exposure to litigation. One case, the city has received a cease and desist letter regarding modifications to the paid parking program, alleging violations of the Brown Act and other state laws.
Okay, we'll open up to any public comment on this item. Seeing no one, bring it back to council.
I have no callers online either.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and return at 6:30. Everybody ready to go? Good to go? Welcome, everybody, to the Paso City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 6th. We are going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Does everybody hear me? Yeah, it's on.
Get close.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but it's usually pretty accurate. Okay, there you go. All right, so we're going to convene the meeting back from closed session. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Pro Tem Gregory.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think we have an invocation by Bishop Gabe. Welcome.
Father God, what an honor it is to be in this house tonight. I pray in the name of the Lord Jesus, Lord God, that you would impart wisdom and understanding to these great men and women that serve our community. I bless them, Lord God. I bless them, Lord God, their homes, their husbands, their wives, their children, Lord God. God, in the times that we live in, truly, Lord God, we need a divine impartation of the Spirit of God. Lord, we need wisdom and understanding, Lord God. It takes wise men and wise women to lead a city into blessing and prosperity. I pray, God, that our hearts will be moved, our hearts will be changed, Lord God, to do everything, Lord God, that you would do so you can smile upon the success of our city. I pray, God, as we understand that your word declares, Lord God, that you will bless us going out and bless us coming in if we have our hearts turned toward you. So I thank you, Lord God, for these men and women that serve this community. We commit Pastor Robles into your hands. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And that was Gabe Abadalvis from the Revival Center. Thank you. Start with roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Roden?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Present.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. We'll move on with staff introductions, beginning on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Vitas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
David Lucaro, Public Works Operations Manager. Christopher Lucko, Utilities Director.
Angelina Horton, Community Services Director. Frida Berman,
Brian Hill, Administrative Services Director. Chris Hughes, Assistant City Manager. John Slade, David North. Terry Van Passen. Morris Dallas Airport Manager. Casey Shedder, Wastewater. Adam Spaulding, Solid Waste and Recycling Manager. Matt Thompson.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
And Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Very good. Thank you. And we are coming back from a closed session. I'll let our legal counsel, Elizabeth Hull, to report out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the City Council went into closed session on one item. It was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 5956.9D2, significant exposure to litigation, one case. The city has received a cease and desist letter regarding modification to the paid parking program, alleging violations of the Brown Act and other state laws. At this time, we'd like to report out that it is the city's intent at this time to pause charging for parking in the downtown zone and issuing citations pending further review and action by the City Council at the February 20th meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Moving on, then we have presentations. Capital Projects Report. Vitas Esperanza.
Do you want? Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Here's our monthly report for Public Works projects. I'll start and then pass the baton to my colleagues. So these are the projects that are currently under construction in the Public Works Department. I'll start with the Creston Road project. If you've driven out there, you've seen the electronic signs to let people know that work has started. Blinking slow down Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So the first order of business is to pothole all the existing utilities. That's to find where they are horizontally and vertically. They need to know where they are so that once they start, they won't hit them. And I just want to let the community know this is a moving work. And so the traffic control also has to move. It's not a stagnant one piece of one traffic control and then you're used to it and then you drive through. It's a moving traffic control. So I would just ask the community to please slow down, pay attention what the traffic control is at that moment that you're there so you can drive through and not impede the operations, and most importantly, just to keep our construction workers safe. And again, it's different from moment to moment, from day to day. So just want to let you guys know to please slow down and pay attention to the traffic control. So there's probably almost not quite 100, but close to it that they have to pothole. So there's quite a bit of work that has to take place. So once that's done, I just want to remind the community what is the Creston Road corridor and what is included in those improvements. First, we have a traffic signal that will be constructed at Walnut and Boland. Those two streets do not intersect across from each other. However, that signal will be acting as one, as that intersection will be operating with a traffic signal. We will also be installing some pedestrian enhancements at Orchard, Ivy, Trigo, and that includes a pedestrian button activated flashing for people to cross the street, mostly for the students going across the street at the various schools along that corridor. And then, of course, we'll be installing all the missing sidewalks along the corridor. There's some curbs and gutters that are also missing that we will be installing. And then a lot of the ADA ramps were installed a while back and they're no longer per the standards. So we will be upgrading them. And then finally we'll be able to repair and rehabilitate the road surface. We'll also be improving the Golden Hill section to allow truck to make that as their access. And then part of the undergrounds that we'll be installing is a sewer main from Faro to Tanner. That sewer main is very, very deep. And so again, when traffic control is set up, it's going to be quite challenging because the contractor will be digging deep. They'll be trying to pay attention to the traffic. And so people will need to really pay attention when that's happening, when that's under construction. There's also various improvements that will occur for the old water valves, old surfaces. There's some, we also need to install additional fire hydrants along the corridor. There's not enough of them, and per the fire department requirements, we need to have as many of those per the spacing that we need. And then we also need to install some new storm drains and inlets. And then finally, there's also going to be installing a conduit for future fiber along that corridor. So there's quite a bit of work for this project. Unfortunately, before we can get through the good stuff, which is the repairing of the road surface, we have a ways to go before we get to that point. That's the last one that's actually the last phase of the project. So the first few weeks we're potholing, and then we'll be starting the water lines after that. And then just to get for phase 2, once that part's completed, then we will start on phase 2. We're under design right now for phase 2, and that includes a roundabout at Rolling Hills. The same thing, surface, repair, curb ramps, water, sewer, storm drain, things, the same item, but that's in phase 2. And here's just some pictures of phase 1 and the adopted preliminary design that the City Council adopted back in 2020. So here's a cross-section of what Creston Road will look like. It'll have two-way traffic, a turn lane in the middle to allow left turns in and out, and then bike lanes on both sides, and then, of course, the completed sidewalks. And here's just the design of the traffic signal at Bolin and Walnut, and even though they're skewed as far as intersection, that traffic signal will act as one. And here's one of the pedestrian enhancements at Trigo, Ivy, and Orchard. This is just what it will look like. So that's it for Crescent Road. I just want to show a picture of Right Way. This is Right Way. It's that new street that we're constructing out at the airport. We have not been able to move forward because the next phase is curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, and finally the paving. And as you can see, we're still underwater, and we continue to have more rains coming. And then just when we think it's stopped, and we just want to wait for the sunny weather, then the rains come again. So we start the cycle all over again. So that's going to be on hold for quite a bit. We're also doing the water services at the Sierra Bonita neighborhood. And so we began to replace all the old water services. And just to show you, look. Oh, that's the right way. It went out of sequence. So the part from the main, which is that circle on the left, all the way to before it goes up, that's the service lines that we are replacing at the Sierra Bonita neighborhood. See, all the circles, those are all the services that need to be replaced. So there's quite a bit of work. And so in the past, these services are old, and every now and then there would be a break. So then our water crew would have to run in there, fix it, and then note that on their atlas sheets. And then a few months later, 3 more break. They run in there and they fix it. And then a few months later, 3 more. Well, we don't want that to happen once we fix the road. So we decided, well, let's go ahead and fix all of them now so that when the road is fixed, we won't have that problem. So that's what we're doing right now. So you can see there's quite a few of them. Okay, finally, we're starting the Rolling Hills Estates road repairs, and that's the location. It's that little neighborhood track right off Rolling Hills. And we start with upgrading the curb ramps, fixing the dilapidated sidewalk before we finally do the road surface. This is the Larry Moore pedestrian path along Ridgebank, the Riverbank track. And so the tree roots and the transverse cracks of the old asphalt has made it a trip hazard for the pedestrians. So we went in there and we're fixing it. And that's what it looks like now. That concludes my update. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them before I pass it off to David Lacaro.
Very good. Thank you, Data. Starting over here, Councilman
Quick
Rowan.
question, on the repairs at Sierra Bonita, you had a lot of the houses circled. I take it that that's the service from the main line to the house that's
Correct.
being repaired? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Councilman Strong, any questions? Councilman Gregory? Councilman Belch?
Not of this.
Okay. My question, though, real quick, Ditas, is what's the time frame for Crescent? In other words, when I hear a roundabout, it took us a year to do that roundabout. Is the roundabout going to be done before the actual overlay of the whole Crescent Road area?
No, it's in 2 phases. So
Yeah.
right now, from South River to Orchard is what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're still in design for the roundabout to Niblick. So we will do the roundabout to Niblick at the conclusion of phase 1
Phase
in
2,
about
then,
2025-ish.
And then I guess then what's the question I'm looking for is the time frame for phase 1 to be completed. How far out are we?
For
Phase 1.
phase
Just
1
the
will
phase
be completed 2025, December 2025. It's a
Nice.
long project.
Yeah, basically 2 years.
And then we'll start with the construction of phase 2 on the heels of that.
Got it.
About maybe summer 2025, something like that.
Okay. Very good. Real quick, anybody from the council or from the public wish to ask any questions of Ditas? Dale?
Dale Augustin, I still don't see the logic in Crescent Road being alternating between 4 lanes and 2 lanes throughout the entire city limits. It's just crazy, but they got engineering problems. I'm not an engineer, but it just doesn't make sense. But also, I didn't see anything in there about a timeline on fixing Commerce Way.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. David, you want to go ahead and give your report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hammond, council members. David Licaro, I'm Public Works Operations Manager for the city. Just wanted to take a moment here to talk about some of the recent activities and some of the projects that the Stormwater Division and Street Division have been doing. I should note that when we talk about storm preparations, that occurs all year long. You know, I think actually doing stuff while it's raining is too late. So most of our operations are happening during the dry weather season, during the summertime, when we can actually start to get some good stuff going. So, and then we can do everything that's deferred maintenance, which we call special projects, storm drain cleaning, vegetation maintenance, all that stuff occurs during the summertime and the dry months. But what I wanted to do is just kind of show that, you know, some of most recent, and this actually occurs quite often, so you can see on the moving from left to right, we've got some of our stormwater staff actually in the field. What he's standing on is a gigantic root ball from a willow. This is not just one occurrence, it happens constantly. So they're always looking for some water, and those root balls will then clog up some storm drains. This is right behind the Albertsons, kind of the Woodland Shopping Center. So you can see we've cleared that, so it's a 12-inch drain. We've got a lot of flow coming through that from that parking lot, and that moves through. So we're successful in that, but that's just one example of many that we run into in the field. And we get these from complaint calls, also staff running into these. Talking about a special project just last week, this is North Riverside Avenue, the last 2 slides on the right. We had hired a contractor to help us recontour the roadside ditch to allow for, you know, basically removing all the flooding that's happening at Riverside. So if you're going up North Riverside Ave, you would always hit this gigantic puddle. Well, reports showing actually what we've seen this last weekend is that water was able to travel successfully through that concrete gutter there and move its way down the recontoured ditch to Salinas River. So we're eliminating as much localized flooding as possible through these.
I think you also did one out on Airport Road too, did you?
Yeah, so what's not pictured here, unfortunately, but it was a success. You know, a long time coming. We have a drain on Airport Road right next to 3720 Airport Road. That's always flooded up, and as you know, when you're going towards the airport, it's going down kind of a blind hill into what is typically a big puddle. Well, this last weekend, again, the same contractor that helped us recontour this Riverside had come out and done some maintenance on this pipe. And apparently the head pressure of the water was so much, it just blew the rest of it out. So this is a great opportunity for us to actually go in while it's dry, do some inspections on the condition of the pipe, and see what we need to do from that point forward. So these are deferred maintenance special projects that I'm actually thrilled that we're able to get around to and do. Talking about a special project, this is something that was alerted to us by some of the residents that live on Olive Street. This is Olive and 21st, West 21st Street, if you're going up the canyon. So you can see in the top pictures, there's a lot of sediment that came down from 21st Street, pretty much flooded and muddied up the road on Olive. So following the flow path, we're able to find this open little area, and what we're able to do, as you can see on the bottom pictures there, is just put in a temporary fix. That is, we recontoured that flow path, put in 36 bales, and this is a collaborative project between our stormwater division and our streets division. So we collaborated, tried to figure out the best solution for this, and we installed these hay bales. So what they do essentially is act as sediment barriers. They're sediment control. So this last weekend, I went by there, Streets Division, our stormwater staff went by there, and we saw some success. It's actually cleaned up a lot of the sediment. But this is just a temporary fix. What I'd like to do and what I'd like to see here in the future is actually starting to look at maybe some sort of a sediment basin or some sort of methodology that's going to allow us to manage that for the long term. But these are the special projects that we get to do, and if we collaborate with other departments, we get some success. I'll shift over a little bit to what Streets has been doing among so many other things that Streets does, from pothole patching, small paving jobs, animal pickup, curb painting, sign putting up. They do it all. They work really hard in trying to keep up with the to-do list that they're encountered with every day. I'm really proud of the work that they do there. This is just one example here. This is off of Wedgwood, which is by Kermit King. That neighborhood back there, we've encountered a lot of lifting, sidewalk lifting. So you can see, again, moving from left to right in these pictures, we've removed the panel. So essentially, when we're doing these sidewalk repairs, it takes several days to deal with. First is to demolish the concrete and remove it. Next is the root pruning. So you can see in the second picture, from the left, we've got a crew of about, there's only 3 pictured in this, but we had about 5 guys out there. We've got a jetter that's trying to allow to expose the roots. You can't really see it too well, but these roots are about, they're right next to the sycamore tree. These roots are about almost 10 inches in diameter. They're huge. And so obviously they're pushing up the sidewalk and breaking other infrastructure such as irrigation and so forth. So it takes a while for these guys to get it done. And then finally, the last step, and you can see the finished product, we form and pour back the concrete so that we get a nice flat and safe surface for pedestrians and residents that live along the way. But yeah, again, sidewalk repairs is time and staff demanding for sure. Lastly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's been going on with potholes. Obviously, with the most recent rains, we've got a lot of potholes everywhere, and that has been an ongoing challenge for us to keep up on. But what I wanted to call your attention to, obviously, I made a quick little table here. The pothole patching, last year we did about 219 tons of hot mix asphalt. So that doesn't include the hot mix that we use to help our water department fill in a couple of potholes as they're potholing to do utilities. This does not include our cold mix that we use during wet weather occasions or when the plants just are not producing hot mix asphalt at all, which is actually the case right now. But yeah, so this year so far, we're at 14 tons. So it's quite a bit of asphalt. We've got our guys getting out there and hitting as much as the bigger ones as possible, some that are in the main arterials. In fact, today, our guys were out doing all the cold patching as best as possible. The difference between the two is that the cold patch just really doesn't stay as well, doesn't stick as well, and the hot mix will actually stay a lot longer. We just need better conditions and not such wet conditions. But they've been out all day today doing all of that, and so they're trying to keep up as best as possible. The next line there is just pothole complaints. So we do track pothole complaints as they come in. You can see last year we got about 137 calls regarding potholes. And if you really kind of look into the details of that, we have multiple of the same. These are kind of reoccurring potholes at the same locations. Some of which might, as you alluded to, commerce is kind of a, on rotation, if you will. But out of those 137, 14 are unresolved. And the 14 that are unresolved are those that are the reoccurring, and some are actually just on the CIP list. These are things that we need to fix on a kind of a bigger scale. Same thing with 2014. We've got just January here, we've received the 12 calls. And then we have the 3 unresolved again, kind of the same situation. They're kind of carryovers. I do want to finally just call your attention to our staffing. In 2023, we had a full street staff of 7, and we were cooking. We had a lot of projects on the plate. We were getting a lot of good things done. Unfortunately, we had a departure for retirement one of our longtime, Bob Morrow, our street supervisor, who's been here for 16 years, retired last week. So we're down a supervisor. And then more recently, in the last few months, a couple of other vacancies have occurred too. So what does that mean? I'm saying all this because we have potholes, we have sidewalk lifts, there's a lot to do, and we're down, 3 staff. We're asking for patience. We're moving forward as quickly as possible. We're working with other departments to get a lot of these projects done and completed to the best that we can. And we continue to work. So as those complaints come in, we'll make sure that we're taking care of them as quickly as we can. So that's about it I have for you. If you have any questions, please.
Okay. Anyone on this side? Nope. Chris Bausch.
Thank you. Dave, thanks for a great report. Your slide on Riverside prompted an issue that came up last year during last year's storms, and that was up on the west side of that photo, on the other side of the train tracks at 28th Street, on our partners at Paso Housing Authority. Any resolution on that little pond?
Some success.
Good.
Glad you brought that. There's so many little things like that, but what we ended up finding was that we worked with our United Pacific Railroad Company. They came out and worked with us to trench out that little, basically, ditch that's on their property. We cannot touch their property. It's not our jurisdiction, but we've been lucky enough to have the contact and we're able to communicate with them. We also saw, in addition to just the lack of maintenance in that little drainage, somebody had rolled up a carpet and stuffed it in the culvert underneath the train tracks. And once we dislodged that, removed that, fixed the drainage, we saw no flooding on 28th Street. So folks can go in and out of Oak Park relatively well without any. Hopefully without any.
Great story. Thanks for fixing that.
No problem. I got plenty of them.
Finally, I'm Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Some more updates on the other projects going on in Public Works. You'll be aware of the pump track project, which is up by Barney Schwartz Park, and I have a short video that I want to show you about our progress. It's very exciting. You know, it's just east of the lake, and there are 2 tracks, a beginner's track at the top and a more intermediate track slightly down the hill. Currently, we are in the final stage, just completing the punch list. We need to install signage and trash cans. We anticipate a March soft opening, and a ribbon cutting is currently scheduled for April 27th. I want to remind everyone that this is more than a $500,000 investment by the Rec Foundation. And already there's a huge amount of excitement in the community to get into this track and try it out. So we're really excited to open it up next month. Also, with some progress is the shade structure between the vet center and the senior center that's on your agenda tonight to approve the design. After design approval, we'll be out to solicit space. This is a shade structure that maximizes the available space, installs a patio, and a shade structure. In design, we have the pickleball court complex. We are finally working through some final issues with PG&E coordination, and I'm happy to report that we should be out to bid in April. We're waiting for the 100% plans to be submitted back to the building department, and that's scheduled to happen next week. And finally, I've mentioned previously the new corporation yard. That entitlement package has been submitted to planning, and they're working through that review. It includes a new utilities office building, facilities maintenance, landscape and trees maintenance, and fleet maintenance shop, right on Ardmore behind the new Fire Station 3. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Frida. Anybody on this side? And anyone on this side? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the report. Ditas, did you have some questions to answer? I don't recall any from this. Well, okay. Something about Commerce Way.
Commerce Way.
Yeah.
Yes, so before we can repair the road, we need to install a sewer main down Commerce Way. And that's being done by the Chandler Ranch Development. So we're waiting for them to put in the sewer main. They're paying for everything, but it has to be constructed to support their development. Once that's done, then we'll repair the road.
Very good. All right. Thank you. All right. This brings us then to general public comments. This is the time the public may address the council on items.
Mayor Hammond, excuse me, we have another presentation item.
Oh, did I miss one? Oh, yeah, Travel Paso. I'm sorry. Heck yeah. Stacy. Yeah, sorry, Stacy.
All right. I think, Warren, you have the presentation. Good evening, Mayor Hammond and members of council. My name is Stacy Jacob. I serve as your president and CEO for Travel Paso. Many of you know this is your tourism arm of the city of Paso Robles. We have just completed the first year of a 10-year tourism business improvement district, and very excited to not only report results, but show you a little bit behind the scenes of what's happening to keep your city out in the front in terms of what's going on with tourism marketing. I wanted to just take a moment. This particular iconic image that you see that was part of the annual report submitted to you is our #1 image that actually serves very well on our digital marketing pieces. So when we analyze various pieces out there, our SEO gentleman reminds me that this image is the one that continues to perform very, very well. So a lot of folks actually see this out and about. I wanted to take a moment and also introduce Angela McKee, who is our board member and present with us tonight of the Black Oak and Best Western Inn. Thank you, Angela, for being here tonight. We've kicked off our year with our strategic plan. So we actually, a year ago, it was October of 2022, was putting in place our strategic plan. I think it's important to just take a moment that our plans, everything we do really comes back to this overall framework. We are guided by our vision, which is to ensure a flourishing Paso Robles community with authentic and welcoming experiences for visitors and residents alike. Our mission is to make sure that Travel Paso is marketing strategically, initiating collaboration, and champions the region. We do that through our values, our reputation, and our overall position. And then, of course, 3 core objectives that then go and are delineated into our indicators and strategies overall. It's important that we kind of take a moment that our #1 objective, which is collaboratively leading and advocating for the Paso Robles tourism ecosystem. It's very important to our board and important to our constituents that what we do is an ecosystem of all of these partnerships and regions that are happening. It takes everybody in terms of what the experience that we're trying to create for the experience of traveling to Paso Robles. Our job is to amplify the Paso Robles brand through strategic marketing initiatives. And then the third objective is fostering constructive relationships and strengthening existing partnerships. Again, high level pieces. Hopefully you'll see as I run through some of the key focus areas for this past year, how these objectives really come into play. I'm going to take a moment and just, we're going to talk a little bit about our website today, discuss our Savor Real California campaign, going back to that lead image that I showed you at the top, discuss Paso Presents, what is that campaign all about, and what did we do this past year. Also, we have a stadium partnership with the San Jose Earthquakes, which is a Major League Soccer team, and our new event that we created in collaboration with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, Savor Paso. We'll talk about our earned media and public relations, and then of course some of our community events in terms of our grant program and our support of the 4th of July event with the city of Paso Robles. Again, very high level, travelpaso.com. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at it. If not, I guarantee you'll find something new. As part of every marketing team that we committee meeting that we have, we take a minute and talk about what's new and what's happening in Paso Robles, because there's always a new business opening up. There's always a new activation happening, a new experience. And so I just encourage you to really take a look at our website. 2.3 million visitors did so over the last year. So if we were to compare that to the New York Times, that reaches about 3 million readers every day, we're creating our own multimedia source with this #1 marketing tool that we have here. The top pages that folks continue to look at is they want to find out what there is to do. Where do I eat? Where do I sleep? What do I do when I come to Paso Robles? Also, the second largest item that we get is the field of light at Sensorio. It's amazing. We actually dive in very closely and we look at how are people searching for that. We hear colored lights, field of lights. So it's very fascinating, the importance of that attraction in our community and the growth of that and how it continues fueling the customer experience here in Paso Robles. And then, of course, events. Everyone's looking at what are the events coming up, what's happening from that perspective. I put down here our traffic sources because as you look at this is like we're always studying the analytics of how people are coming to our website. So, of course, we have our Google ads. This is kind of our always-on campaign that we're out there fueling and spending dollars on and making sure that we have the right search words. We have our Facebook ads that are happening through the Meta platform, both on Facebook and Instagram. But what's so fascinating is the Google analytic or the Google organic search. So what people are they're hearing about us other places, they're going on to search for Paso Robles. And what's even more fascinating is the direct, when people just type in travelpaso.com. And what that means is our awareness campaign is really working. So you have 1.1 million folks that are finding us through these various sources and coming to our website to learn about. And our job is to create the inspirational aspiration of why people want to continue coming here to Paso Robles. And you all know the importance of that, fueling your general fund, keeping our city thriving from an economic base in terms of generating those TOT dollars coming into our area. This is our Always On campaign, just to kind of demonstrate. We have about a $1.8 million budget over this past fiscal year, and our Always On campaign was just shy of $250,000 that we're always pushing these messages through the digital marketing channels. Why is it that we like digital? Because we can hone in and we can zero in very, very closely to where we want to market our demographics. So much so, we can actually zero in on our top California cities. This is a snapshot from our January marketing report that we just completed. And what's interesting is our top cities continue to be Los Angeles, San Jose, San Francisco, Sacramento, and San Diego. Should not be a surprise to anybody, but that is where we target our kind of what we call the horseshoe approach, the ultimate road trip of how we're getting people here to Paso Robles. So I wanted just to take a minute to focus on that, show you that we're always measuring the growth of our website traffic. Month over month, year over year, always taking a look to make sure that we're serving up content that people want to have and that we keep them coming back again and again to our site. This is a snapshot of our Savor campaign where we spent about $650,000 for the campaign that would have occurred a year ago right now. We're doing a very similar campaign that just launched, our Savor Real California campaign. And this year we're spending about $750,000. And that's going through these channels. So this is in addition to the always on piece, right? We talk about the always on, that we're always fueling that digital platform. This is above and beyond that to make sure that we're hitting that target market. Why do we like spring? The goal right now is to prime the pump. People are home, they're starting to plan what their annual travels are going to be. We want to make sure that Paso Robles is on their list of how we're going to get them here. And here's just a snapshot of essentially the different mediums that we're looking at through billboards, through print mediums, and of course our digital side as well. The other kind of side campaign that we've continued to really focus on, this was really designed after COVID when we had to be behind the mask and looking at how we were going through survival. We said, let's really now change the dynamic of this and let's put the people that make Paso so great front and center. So we've done a series of what we call Paso Presents. This latest one that was launched at the end of last fiscal year was featuring the Sitton family and then Avenal's Ranch. And it really kind of dove dove in to the land, the preserving the land, our cattle ranching history, our vineyards, sightseeing locations. And what we do is we create this beautiful piece. We have a landing page on our website. We have social media content that's created, emails that reach out, and then of course we do digital advertising. So there's a whole list of ways that we're communicating the stories about the people of Paso Robles. And I wanted, if I can hit play, I think just a quick snapshot on this, just an insight. Thank you, Warren. I think if you hit the middle button, it should go. Or not. Thanks.
You know, we're stewards of the land. It may belong to the family, but we're stewards of the land. We want to leave it better when we leave, and we want to share it with people. So we feel kind of like it's our duty.
This is what people need. You know, people need to be outside. They need to be connected with nature. And I think that, you know, rangelands provide that. All these things that people need, but they're losing sight of.
That's a very small snapshot you can see on YouTube. There's a whole 5-minute series on that. We won't watch it all today. But I share that because, would you advance to the next slide? I don't know, it's not. Thank you so much. It allows us to really kind of go deep into some of the stories, of the rich stories here of the people that have come, made an impact in this community. And that, just to give you a perspective, was filmed an entire year ago, actually, last April, so that we had it, the wonderful wildflowers. We're always planning things about a year in advance because of the way the seasonality of our world really works. I'm going to dive for a moment into our partnership at PayPal Park with the San Jose earthquakes and our new event, Savor Paso, that took place this last June. And we are now on schedule to repeat this event on June 13th of 2024. So if you happen to be in San Jose, we welcome you. We'll be inviting our vendors along with our partnership of the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance to continue coming back. It was interesting. We had 700 people show up for this event. I've done many events throughout my career here in Paso Robles and throughout various places, and there's always an attrition level of folks that said, oh, it'll be fine. I'm sure 20% of people won't show up. 4 people did not show up who bought tickets. So the first time ever, mark my words, they were excited and ready and could not wait, and they're asking when we're coming back. So we can't wait to actually announce that. But what was really great is we were able to, I love this picture in the middle that shows the billboard. So if you've ever flown in or out of the San Jose airport, you actually can see that billboard at PayPal Park. As part of our agreement moving forward, we get 2 months of signage on that billboard. So again, these are things that sometimes we can't measure, sometimes we can't quantify, but placement and showing up is really part of the game. And we have seen a huge change in terms of our traffic coming into San Jose. And when we talk to partners, our chairman of our board, Alex Villacana, and his wife, Monica, I will never forget, this event happened in June. 2 weeks later, they're texting me on a weekend saying, we just had people in our tasting room that were at the event and came and joined our wine club and our distillery club. And for those of us who have been doing this many, many years, you sometimes always question, why do we do these events? What's the ROI? This event, I continue to track ROI and hear about it again and again and again. So when we talk about collaboration with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, this event is really the epitome of that collaboration coming into play. And as I mentioned, we'll be doing that again this year. This last year, also our media, our earned media. This is how we get out there, earn that third-party recognition that's coming. When you see those headlines, your neighbors call you, your friends call you. Oh my gosh, I just saw you in the New York Times. I just saw you here. This is the work that we're doing behind the scenes. This is helping us to generate that organic traffic that we were measuring on the website as well. I'm super proud of the 11.3 billion impressions that we generated last year, where Paso Robles was in the news, about 576 stories, and 73 media that we hosted throughout the year. Friends, we cannot, we can't replace this kind of success. This is very exciting in terms of the excitement that is around Paso and the fact that people want to come here and keep telling the story of Paso Robles. One of the other really important components of our programming is giving back to our community through our community event grant program. If you remember the website, one of the top things that people are looking at is what are the events happening. That's one of the things that people are searching. Last year, we were able to grant back just shy of $100,000 back into the community for our various grant programs. This is just a snapshot of these, but the reason I put these on here to demonstrate is a lot of times our community programs are not just about handing over a check. It's truly about a marketing agreement. What can we do to market your story? How can we help you sell tickets? How can we help you continuing to get the word out about your events that's happening? Our board just in November for this current calendar year, 2024, will be gifting back nearly about $150,000 back into the community. So this program continues to grow. That application process launched back in August of 2022, and then we awarded those right in December as we launched the new calendar year. And we also wanted to pay homage for just a moment to the 4th of July, the awesome event that the city has put in place. We've been so fortunate to work with you guys the last 2 years to really just bring this event back. And so such an awesome partnership. And really for us, it's the importance of why tourism matters. We talk a lot about the impact tourism has, but tourism matters because it's creating a quality of life for our community here and bringing back some of these awesome events. And so we take this to pride. So much so I know our board is actually now looking at how are we going to reward our tourism partners, and we'll be launching and have just launched our new hospitality awards program. So in closing tonight, I'm happy to address any questions, but I also want to put a save the date on your calendar for our new tourism roundup event, which will be held on May 23rd. I'm still determining the venue for that, but this will also allow us to celebrate and commemorate National Travel and Tourism Week. It will honor our new hospitality partners and keep the ecosystem of Paso Robles running strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. I mean, I on behalf of the council, I think, again, the partnership we have with you folks is one of the best things I think we've ever done, and results are being shown throughout, the whole city and all the people that talk to us. It's kind of like the holiday lighting that we had in the park. We had so many people, same way here, that we have so many people said, we see this, we heard this, we're coming to Paso Robles. So thank you for your leadership and your board as well for all that.
Thank you.
Questions of Stacy?
Not exactly questions, but I'm astonished that you don't take a little more credit for how much of our city budget your tourism produces, because Ryan can confirm or deny this, but I believe it's almost 40% of our total general fund comes from tourists. And that's that much less our citizens have to pay for the services they enjoy.
And thank you for recognizing that. And I'm glad that you said it and I didn't have to, because that means you know your budget very well, because that's what I believe. And we take a great pride in that. But thank you.
Councilmember Roden, anything? Okay. Pro Tem? Yeah.
I just want to know how you're going to beat 11.1 billion hits.
We're working on it already, I promise.
Yeah, and I would like to compliment you on your activity up in San Jose. It was pretty amazing. Aren't you doing soccer, and are you doing another sport up there now?
Yes, we actually took out 2 stadium partnerships. So we're repeating soccer, and then we actually also are working with the San Jose Sharks on the hockey side as well. So it's interesting. I had a gentleman say, well, why don't you guys do something in Southern California? I said, well, I can't actually afford those partnerships yet, but we're going to continue owning San Jose in a really big way, because we think there's a lot of untapped potential up there.
Yeah, very nice. Good. Very good report. Thank you, Stacy.
Councilman Belch.
Thank you. Stacy, I had the honor and privilege of attending your board meeting a couple weeks ago. First one that I've been to, amazed at what goes on behind the scenes. So thank you to your board for all that they do to make Paso such a special place. Keep up the good work.
Well done, Stacy. Thank you. Okay, now we are at the general public comment. And then we'll go ahead and open it up to anyone who wishes to address the council on items not on the agenda tonight, and that we can also have any purview on. So if you would, please come to the lectern, and if you state your name and card to our staff.
Before I begin, I want to just say that's wonderful news that the city is doing so well as far as tourism goes. And that's great information for the community. However, I come to you today before Michael Rivera, PO Box 3134. I come to you before you to speak of some things that are happening nationally. As many of you know, I've been involved in the immigration issue for quite so many years, served probably for the past 35 years on the issue. Based on our demographics and based on our base industries, we're a service industry community, and we also are an ag industry. You know, we're looking at potential impacts of what has gone on at the southern border. We have 8 to 10 million people that have arrived here within the last 3 years. That is going to impact everybody in the United States, including areas like ours. The current surge at the southern border is going to have dramatic impacts. It's kind of like a slow-moving crash. These impacts will be seen as time goes on, not initially, not immediately, but they will. In small communities like this that depend so much on low-wage workers, with the housing affordability gap being so wide, what are we doing to look at that going forward? Because it will affect us here locally. So this leads us to my questions. Has the city manager identified how we're being impacted by these new arrivals, if at all? How subsidies are being handled, who's paying the subsidies, how housing is going to be impacted, et cetera. As we get ahead of this curve, and I hope we do, because I've seen communities in the past that have not looked at these. They live in a bubble. They think it's not going to affect them. This will affect us big time. And we're not going to escape it. So how these housing affordability is a big deal. We just had a housing homeless committee meeting talking about homelessness and how that's going to affect us going forward. It's growing. It's going to get worse. This isn't going to help. How do we deal with impacts such as subsidies? Both housing, medical care, food, et cetera. This is going to affect us. How do they affect current housing affordability issue in the city, including homelessness? How's it going to affect that? Because we're going to continue to displace people. People are going to go without a place to live because the cost of housing is going to continue to accelerate. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. Many of these new arrivals are single males. How are we vetting them? Will the police department be able to vet them? Will they be able to know who these people are? Many times we do not.
Can you summarize, Michael?
Sure.
Yeah.
So in closing, we may think we live in a bubble here. It's all great. We saw the beautiful presentation by Travel Paso, but you know, it's not all peaches and cream. The reality is Roblins are going to be affected by this, and I hear it already and I see it. A lot of people who live here see it. And we need to address the needs of Roblins. And that's what we need to start focusing on. I would hope that this city council not bury their head in the sand and say, this can't affect us. We live in paradise. Think twice.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dale Augustin. I just want to thank Stacy for that nice report. Back in '83, I was on the chamber when we helped start the first wine festival to bring tourism. Well, now we have many factors that are helping the tourism, including, of course, the chamber, which started the wine festival, and the Main Street, Travel Paso, and Wine Alliance. You know, the city has worked very well with all those organizations, and I hope you continue that, and thank you for what you've done in the past.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close. Oh, Francisco.
Thank you. Francisco Ramirez, 1130 Dorothy Street, Paso Robles. And I want to say, wow, I haven't seen you guys in a while. I've been absent for a little bit of time. I apologize, but it's great to see you guys. I do miss Steve Martin. I miss Maria Garcia. But I thank you guys for the hard work you guys do, all the city staff. Thank you. But I want to bring up a couple issues I've seen and that have been brought up to me, and why people come to me, I don't know. But here's the messenger. People are asking me, hey, what's the city doing about the bridges on 13th Street, those bumps that we have on not just one bridge, but both bridges? So I was wondering if there could be some work done on there, on both bridges right there on 13th Street, because there's bumps on both of them, on both ends of the bridges. And then another thing that was brought up to me and was asked, I was like, on the corner of 34th and Park Street, there's a drainage there that's not opened. But there is like 2 blocks down and 4 or 5 blocks down also on 30th Street. They're like, and it always swells up, the water concentrates there, it becomes a little lake there. That is the corner of 34th and Park Street. And there's also like more drainage done that was done on that sidewalk going 34th going towards Spring Street, and that's also full of leaves, and it doesn't look like it's ever been maintained. I don't know if it's city or private, but I wanted to ask you guys if you guys can look into that, see if it can be cleaned or ditch, drained or something, or vacuumed, or have some kind of raking being done so that that drainage can actually be utilized and process the water that's coming down right now with the rains that are coming down also. And then also another neighbor was commenting that there is not enough light right there also on that same street, Park Street, from 28th to 36th Street, all on Park. There's missing lightage, not enough lightage. I think if we have more lightage there for their safety and for when law enforcement tries to go by and see someone, it's more visible. It's a safety issue. So I think that would be something good we can work on. And then also, someone else said about the street 34th and Park going towards Spring Street. I'll finish up. If they can also check out those potholes, and I said I would bring that up. Thank you once again, and I apologize.
Thank you, Francisco. Yeah, I'll say something about, to the public essentially, and I had this on the radio the other day. If you see something, say something to staff. There is a website on our city's website that you can go there and report anything, and staff will respond promptly on that. So that's, again, we don't have enough eyes here to get to wherever you are too. So little help on that. See something, say something is really important. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Gloria Fama. I'd like to introduce myself to you. I am a liaison from the Democratic Club. I'm a transplant from Santa Clara 11 months ago.
Welcome.
Bought a house on Dorothy Street and was amazed that, okay, now I know the tax base in Santa Clara is way different because of Silicon Valley and the Niners and what have you. But I tell all my friends and everybody that lives in Silicon Valley and everybody that wants to come and visit, I said, okay, but beware of the crumbling asphalt on Dorothy Street. And it's from one end to the other, and not just Dorothy Street, but it's like I've never seen asphalt like that in the whole valley, Santa Clara Valley, that crumbles. So is it a problem with quality or weather, or I don't know. I was just kind of wondering about that. Also, it just so happens, and I would like to speak to the person that brought up the Golden Hills thing. If she could wait and have a conversation with me.
Absolutely.
Our backyard just happens to be in that intersection.
Okay.
Okay? And their trucks are coming by constantly. So I don't know what more you could do to make it easier for trucks, because they're coming through. And a big truck actually came through the backyard fence before we bought the house, and they fixed it. You guys fixed it. So appreciative of that. And I look forward to working with you in the future. And also maybe we can get Paso Robles event or whatever thing on the Niners scoreboard. How much would that be? Too expensive?
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to Paso Robles. All right. One more. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight.
Your name?
Great to see everyone. Oh, sorry. Liz Lee, 205 17th Street. I just wanted to say that I very much enjoyed Solterra Strategies, Travel Paso, their presentation. I think that we are so lucky to have Stacy Jacob as our leader in the marketing department here. I mean, it really, as you said, Councilman Strong, it really is a wonderful thing that our budget is healthy and that we have this budget that we can work within to pay for things. And I know that there's always growing pains when a city is growing, but I just, we all went through the recession as a city in 2008. Do you remember how bleak it was?
Yep.
And today, it's just a different story. And I really think that we're doing great as a city. It looks great. We certainly have some issues, I know, with parking, but that just comes with things. But the thing I appreciate about Stacy Jacob is that she cares about our community. It's not just about tourism and, yes, that's great, but I think she understands, and I hate to use this term smart growth, but I think she does take like a holistic view of our city, and she's a constituent. She cares about our growth. And so anyway, I think she's a gem and I appreciate her. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. We agree. Thank you, Liz. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back then to council to item N, agenda items to be deferred. Mr. City Manager?
No items to be deferred, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Ty. So it brings us then to consent calendar. These are items not normally needed to be discussed, although anyone in the public or anyone on the council can pull or have questions before we vote. So I'll start off with the council. Anybody wishing to pull any item for discussion?
I have a couple of questions. I don't know that we need to pull them, but
questions are fine.
Item number 3, 7, and 9.
7 and 9, okay. And just questions you think we can get answered by
I think we can
staff?
get them answered here.
Okay, I have one too for item 5 as well. So, okay, anyone else? Pro Tem Gregory? That's it. Okay, anyone from the public wishing to pull or have questions on any items? Okay, so go ahead, Chris. Why don't you start with your questions first?
Okay, so item number 3 for Ryan Cornell. Ryan, we received an addendum earlier today detailing some additional, this is our approval of the warrant registers, and what checks are we writing. From the general fund, we have a check for $118,201 for SLO County Visitors Bureau. And then for Paso Destination, another check for $156,953. So I got a couple of phone calls, similar calls. These are coming out of the general fund. There was some confusion whether these are coming out of TOT or what is there a linkage between TOT and general funds?
Sure. For these two organizations, there's an additional assessment that they charge hotelers for residences. And so those fees actually get submitted with their normal TOT returns. And so because the city is already collecting transient occupancy tax, we just added on those assessments to the same form. And so after the end of the month, after we collected all of the TOT collections, we then just forward on Travel Paso's and Visit Slow Cal's proportionate share of their assessments to them. It's really not the city's money, it's just a pass-through, and the pass-through just happens to go through the general fund.
So we just collect it knowing that we're going to turn around and pay it back out?
Correct.
All right, so it's not really impacting our general fund?
No, this is just a pass-through.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Mayor, can I go on with
Absolutely,
number
Chris, go ahead.
7? So this is an amount of about $2.6 million in aggregate. It just seems like an awful lot of money to be on the consent calendar. I understand we've discussed this in the past and it's fairly routine, but in the future, items like this, and I don't know if council might entertain considering a dollar amount that we probably should, out of respect for publics and their money, we might want to put on the regular agenda just to give staff a chance to explain it one more time.
Okay, well, what I would say is that.
Number 7 and number 9. Same question for number 9. I'm not against the projects at all. Number 9 is construction management services, and that's about $2 million. Just a lot of money to embed in the consent calendar.
Mm-hmm. Again, if you feel like you want to have a whole presentation on the item, we can certainly do that. If not, like I said, it's up to any of the council wish to do that.
Again, I'm in the interest of time, go ahead and approve those tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not against it, but just have a discussion to bring back to a future agenda item on a dollar amount that we might want to consider, that if it exceeds X, we put it on.
Agreed. Sometimes $1,000 can be controversial too.
Well, that's true too. That's all another issue, but yeah.
Right.
Follow up on this though.
Yes.
Were these bid projects where we had multiple bids, or were they sole source?
Yeah, Matt can probably answer that. Adidas. Let's take 5 first, if you would.
Well, on question 7, the contract was bid. It was a Public Works Contract Code bid.
Right.
And Leo Tidwell
right.
was the contractor that we're awarding the project to. Omni Design Group is the CM services that we're awarding the contract. That was through a request for proposal as well. It's a different procedure because it's professional services, but it's still through a procurement, and we received 4 proposals. With our RFP, staff reviewed the proposals. The top 2 had the proper credentials for the project. We interviewed those 2, and we landed on Omni Design Group.
Yes, I'm not questioning, and Chris, I'm not questioning the project. I'm not questioning the expenditure. My question has more to do with why are these on the consent agenda?
And I just wanted this for the clarification for the public too. Once you brought up the amount, I think the public might want to know that we're using the proper procedures to determine that that's the place to spend that.
That's a good point too, yes. So I can bring this back up again at the end of the meeting to see if we want to make an agenda item out of it. Again, I don't have a problem with the project.
Same way with Matt's recycled water management. I mean, Matt, same way.
Clarification on item number 9. This is it's for construction management services. It is not for a construction contract, so it is not a bid. But we did a qualifications-based selection process where we invited various professional firms to submit proposals, and we had a qualifications-based selection, which is why we selected that particular construction manager per the city's regular procurement procedures.
Hal, what's the date on these 2 when these started going through those processes? I think that was part of my concern too. I think one of these goes back to 2018.
No.
Well, the item number 9 is somewhat unique. You may recall that your city council approved an agreement with Cannon and Associates of San Luis Obispo for construction management services of the Salinas River segment of the recycled water distribution system. You subsequently approved a contract for construction of that. And so we are essentially piggybacking on the qualifications-based selection process we use for the Salinas River segment of the recycled water distribution system for the larger recycled water distribution system. So that selection process was about a year ago.
So noted. Thank you. The abstract noted, and I think it was from, maybe it's number 7, but it goes back, the ongoing process. Does that go all the way back to 2018?
Well, the Tidwell project went out to bid last year, so it's pretty recent, and same with Omni Design Group. Canon, we hired them to do the design in 22 years ago.
Okay.
So they're all fairly recent.
All right. So I guess it's number 9 that goes back to the notice of determination, goes back to 2018.
Yeah, I want to clarify. The recycled water project has actually been in planning since 2014.
Okay.
The environmental documentation to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, the initial study, the mitigated negative declaration, those date back all the way to 2018.
Okay.
And that environmental documentation was covering a variety of actions, including this service and the upcoming construction.
All right. So it's just a lot of money. And
Yeah,
just
it is.
refreshing everybody's memory on why we're spending this much. I'm not questioning staff or even the expenditure. Just how are we notifying and letting everybody?
It's a big project. Both of them are too.
And
Thank you, guys.
just for clarification, Mr. Bausch, so the environmental document was certified back in 2018. We filed the notice of determination, and this is in furtherance of that same project. So there's no additional environmental impact, so there was no requirement to do an additional environmental study.
Good. Thank you.
My question too, then, I guess, to staff, not sure, Ty, if you want to answer, basically on item 5, the way it's read, it is second reading an adoption of ordinance 1134 and S, amending chapter 9.05 to the municipal code. Public won't really understand what that is without any further information. I know we spoke on it on a previous meeting, but can we just let the public know then what this is really regarding? And it has to do, I think, mostly, and how go with the pump track and all the skateboards and all that kind of safety stuff that we're doing.
Of course. It's amending current municipal code, which addresses the skate park to include the pump track. As Frida mentioned earlier, we're getting ready to open the pump track in March. And what this amendment will do, it will include the pump track in the municipal code to protect the city should there be any injuries, since it is considered a hazardous activity. It does need to be in our municipal code per the Health and Safety Code section 115800 and the Government Code 831.7.
And the action actually is to waive the second reading. So it's more of a time-sensitive kind of an action here that we're doing.
Correct, and we're hoping that we can have the ordinance in place and signage in place for the opening of the pump track.
Right, that's kind of what I thought this was all about, but I just want to make sure.
Yes. Yes. So you did the first reading at your previous meeting. Anytime you adopt an ordinance, there's a first reading and then a second reading at a subsequent meeting 5 days later, 5 or more days later, before it can become effective. So there has to be 2 public readings of it. But procedurally, there's a provision in the law that allows you to actually waive the reading of the entire ordinance and just adopt it based upon the
I see.
title.
So this is actually working as a second reading, but we're kind of abbreviating a little bit.
Yeah, you're just not going to read the whole thing.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, that's all my question. Anyone else before we move ahead? All right. So again, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anyone wishing to say anything against any of these items 1 through 10? None? All right, we'll bring it back to council for discussion and interaction.
Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem
I'd
Gregory.
like to go ahead and move to approve items 1 through 10 and thank everybody for the extra explanations on the
Second motion. Okay, I heard Councilman Bausch first, so go ahead and have strong a second. Any discussion on the items? Okay, we'll call for the question. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Roden. Aye. Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Brings us to item P, report on items approved by consent. Ty Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can make a suggestion since this seems to, be a recurring theme regarding the summary of the consent items. Maybe council might consider bumping the description that I provide to the front as opposed to the back. And that would give me an opportunity to explain the items that you're about ready to approve and accomplish the notification of the public that some of these might have as a way of leading into it. Our budget is huge. We do spend large amounts of money. If there are items that are of particular interest, that's the reason why, you're able to pull those. But all of these items that are going on the consent calendar are items that council has weighed in on for the most part. We're not asking for you to take action typically on something, especially with a number like that you haven't already been briefed or approved for the projects. So with your indulgence, we can probably make that change easily and bump my summary of these items to the front, which would accomplish both purposes.
If you recall, when I first started filling in for Mayor Martin, I asked to do that very thing because I think it's more appropriate for the public to hear kind of more in general what we're going to be voting on ahead of time. So
that's easy.
We'll do that in the future.
You bet. Okay, great. So the first item that was approved is the approval of the January 11th, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes. Item number 2 is the January 16th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. We discussed some items on the receipt of the warrant register, which there are several items in there that some may find compelling or have questions about, and we're always happy to answer. Item number 4 is approval of a resolution repealing Resolution 22-029 and adopting a revised City Council voting district boundary map. Item number 5 is the second reading, which we talked about, and adoption of Ordinance 1134, which includes our new pump track and the need to wear safety helmets. Item number 6 is authorization to execute consent to the assignment and assumption of lease for Sherwood Dog Park to the Central Coast Dog Park Alliance. Item number 7 we just talked about, which is approval of agreements for construction and construction management for our Fiber Connect project. Item number 8 is approval of design for a shade structure, which we just got an update on from our public works staff at the Veterans Memorial Building and Senior Center. Item number 8 we discussed, which is the approval of construction management services for the recycled water distribution center system. And the last item is item number 10, which is approval of a contract amendment for development review engineering consultant. And that concludes our report for the items on the consent calendar.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We move on down to discussion items. Item 1 is the approval of a contract with SWC Environmental Consultants for the CEQA review of the annexation of 133 acres of city-owned property adjacent to the landfill. Matt Thompson, you have the... And Adam, both of you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Matt Thompson, and although I've been serving as the city's recycled water manager, I've been involved in solid waste management matters for the last few years. I'm here to reintroduce our solid waste and recycling manager, Adam Spalding, and introduce a new initiative that your utilities department has been collaborating on. Adam has a full presentation of this initiative for you, but I would like to first set the stage for a few minutes. A few years ago, when I became involved in solid waste, I learned that in 2005, the city had purchased 133 acres of land around the landfill site out on Highway 46 East. Although the city had purchased the land, we did not follow through with annexing that land into city limits. And so consequently, the city has been paying property taxes to the county ever since. So we have a bit of a cleanup item to get this land annexed into the city. And so we would like to get the ball rolling on that process. We've also had significant changes in the regulatory environment in the last few years that have compelled us to be creative with use of some of the unused land at the landfill. Many of you have heard of the state's Senate Bill 1383, which is the most significant change in solid waste regulations in the last 30 years. The gist of SB 1383 is that we are no longer allowed to put organic waste into landfills because doing so generates methane that is emitted to the atmosphere. So the state is challenging us to find beneficial uses for organic waste instead. So in Paso Robles, we found the most efficient and sustainable way to meet that requirement is to digest the organic waste and use the resulting renewable natural gas to fuel our contract waste haulers' fleet of trash trucks. And this is not unique to Paso Robles. This changing regulation has now created a very high market demand for renewable natural gas throughout California. We also have an emerging environmental issue with the prevalence of polyfluorinated alkyl substances, commonly called PFAS, or forever chemicals, in various waste streams. In Paso Robles, we have found low levels of PFAS in our biosolids, which are the solid waste byproduct of the city's wastewater treatment process. We also have fairly high levels of PFAS in the leachate at the landfill, which is the liquid that it accumulates in the bottom liner of the landfill. It is highly important that we safely and proactively manage these waste streams so they do not threaten soil or water quality. Fortunately, new technologies are available that are capable of destroying PFAS in municipal biosolids and other waste streams. These technologies are relatively expensive for small cities such as Paso to install and operate individually. So about 2 years ago, I began advocating to my counterparts at other communities in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties about pooling our flow of municipal biosolids. The idea is to generate enough throughput to make installation of advanced technology economical. We got together for a series of facilitated workshops and technical presentations, and every agency learned of the severity of the PFAS problem and has agreed to collaborate towards establishing a regional solution somewhere on the Central Coast. In November 2023, 16 different agencies from San Miguel all the way down to the city of Santa Barbara signed on to a memorandum of understanding which clarifies how we are going to cooperate. We are now poised for one of these agencies to move forward with delivery of a regional facility. So, which brings us back to Paso Robles. And the question I'd like to submit to you is, why not us? The city already has its water and wastewater infrastructure in place for the future. We happen to own and operate our own landfill with a lot of unused land around it. We are on Highway 46, which is the route most local cities use to transport their municipal biosolids to Kern County for disposal. And we have technical staff with demonstrated ability to deliver projects like this. So I would submit to you that very few cities in the Central Coast are in a better position to deliver a regional solution. And so with that, I'd like to hand this off to Adam to tell you more about this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Adam?
Good evening, Council. Just got to check something real quick. This advancing slide? Yeah. It's the first time I get to use the tool, so we'll walk through it. So thank you, Matt, for giving us a better understanding of the regulatory landscape and some of the history. There are two parts to my presentation. I'm going to try to keep it as high level and brief, but still give you enough information, which is something. And there are two parts to my presentation. The first part, I want to focus on what the resolution covers and what we're asking. So we're talking about the landfill annexation. Sweet. if we're looking at this one, this blue highlighted area over here is the current landfill. It represents about 80 acres. And then below it, this green outlined area is the 133 acres that were purchased in 2005, which we are hoping to annex. So tonight, we're going to do brief history. In 2005, the property was purchased. We wanted to prevent future encroachment from private entities that would limit potentially what we could be doing, or if there was going to be any issues with anything going on at the landfill. It represents 133 acres just south of where the landfill is currently located, and our current expenses for the last 3 fiscal years are listed there, inching ever closer to $10,000 annually. Since this was purchased in 2005, we have spent over $100,000 in taxes to the county. So when Matt mentioned that this is a cleanup item, I believe that it is something that we should address. Whether or not we move forward with anything in the future, annexation seems like a response that we want to explore. All right, so what does the resolution approval allow us to do? If the council decides to move forward with approval, it'll allow us to, it authorizes SWCA environmental consultants to begin the work needed for CEQA and LAFCO to begin the annexation process. It will simultaneously allow city staff to develop general plan and pre-zoning amendments to be included in the CEQA and LAFCO applications for annexation. Additionally, it would allow staff to explore any grants that would be potentially relevant for development out at the site for any future opportunities that may arise. And then finally, the one thing that I wanted to note here is that throughout the CEQA and the LAFCO creation of documentations, there will be multiple times where there will be decision points where we have to come back to council. There will be public hearings, and we will seek input and feedback from the council in terms of what the next steps can look like and what you guys all want to decide to do. So that very quickly is what the resolution is covering. And then the next part of the presentation, slightly longer, is about what we have been conceptualizing in the utilities department about what we could potentially do out there at the landfill that would benefit not only our direct community, but the communities that surround us. So a working title, City of Paso Robles Regional Renewable Energy Park. The project goals. In the utilities department, we are committed to protecting the community from current and future environmental risk. We look to do this by anticipating regulatory environmental challenges and risks. And ideally, we want to create a solution that is both environmental and economically beneficial for the community. So the project that we are, the idea that we've conceptualized is really to deal with the convergence of two regulatory changes. One is a developing one, which is for PFAS, which Matt discussed earlier, known as forever chemicals. They're a known carcinogen, and they are in all of the items that are on the left side of the screen. So, you know, nonstick cookware, cosmetics, it's in any stain-resistant fabric. They are ubiquitous. It is everywhere, and they're a challenge. And one of the main concerns is that the two highest concentrations are found in municipal biosolids and in landfill leachate. So we want to get ahead of the regulations, and we want to be able to provide a solution before it becomes more challenging to find potentially financing for that. A history of what the city has done. In the summer of 22, Paso Robles and San Luis Obispo County got together to start developing conversations towards a regional biosolid solution. In December of 22, it was the first in-person meeting with the various jurisdictions within the county. And this conversation included explaining what PFAS was, because it is a developing concern, say that, but it is a compound that is known to be hazardous, and not everyone knew about potentially how dangerous it would be or what regulations would look like for that. So in 22, in December, those conversations started. Fast forward a year, in September, the city of Paso generated and circulated an MOU for consideration for the various jurisdictions, and in November of last year, 16 partners signed that MOU, agreeing to send their biosolids to a regional facility if one was to be built. The second important regulation that exists is Senate Bill 1383. You all are likely familiar with this because there have been various things that have come before the council in recent years to deal with the implementation of 1383. It deals with diverting all organic material from the landfill and being able to potentially reuse those waste streams for benefit. One of the components, besides diverting the material, is actually procurement. So each jurisdiction in the state is required to basically support the infrastructure that is necessary for the diversion of this product or these products. So renewable natural gas, compost, mulch. And in order to do that, they have certain thresholds for each jurisdiction. For the city to comply with their procurement target of 100%, you would need to purchase 1,400 tons of compost or 2,500 tons of mulch. We have various strategies to address that, but potentially the easiest and the one that seems the most natural would be able to create a solution whereby we would be able to generate renewable natural gas from the organic material that we're already generating here, and then for our contract hauler to be able to utilize it to fulfill our procurement target, no sweat off our back, and then any of our partners would also be able to do the same. In order to make any solution economical, usually volume is critical. There was an anaerobic digester that was developed in SLO several years ago, and they anticipated they needed to find 30,000 tons of material. So several months ago, I looked around and I was trying to identify where tons may exist and what opportunity we may have. And to say it simply, we have plenty of tons that I think we would be able to identify and to divert towards a facility of this kind. The solutions we hope to be able to provide at a facility like this would be mitigation for PFAS, to the destruction of it, to eliminate it as a hazard for the residents of our city, and then also for the member jurisdictions. We anticipate greenhouse gas reductions, environmental compliance, and economic vitality through the construction project and then the ongoing operation of the facility. The renewable fuel that will be generated will help fuel local fleets, including our waste hauler, and that will fulfill our procurement target for SB 1383. Additionally, one of the technologies we are exploring would create a byproduct called biochar, which can be a beneficial use and create healthy soils and potentially even help protect the watershed. So what does this look like? Conceptually, the next slide will be a conceptual plan of how these all work, but there are various streams and they all require different ways to manage them. And so the facility would be a series of interconnected technological solutions. One of the things that I think is important to note, especially based on where we're trying to annex the land, is at the top of the slide right here. This is the Paso Robles landfill gas flare. It doesn't look like that in real life, but it does here. And right now, it's not economical for us to improve the capture and the treatment of the amount of methane that's generated there to turn it into renewable fuel. However, if we are able to co-locate a regional renewable energy park, we would then be able to move that methane that is captured into the same processes for some of the technologies I'm about to discuss, and then be able to utilize it to create renewable natural gas. On the left of the screen, you will see anticipated organic streams that will likely come to a facility like this. There are several different ways in which you would remove contaminants through screening and depackaging. The type of digester, wet or dry, these are all to be determined, but they are a great way for us to recover methane and biogas from each of the digesters, which would then go into gas storage and then upgrade and treatment for then renewable natural gas usage. One of the technologies, the more advanced technologies listed on here is high temperature pyrolysis, which I will speak a little bit more about in future slides. But that is the one that creates the biochar, which can be land applied to increase benefit for agriculture and can even be used as an additive for concrete construction. So anaerobic digester, I wanted to get you a visual of what this looks like. In the future, if at any point we decide that this is something we want to do, then we can go visit, because this one's not far. This one's down in SLO. This is the actual facility. So on this side right here, this is receiving. This is where the material is inbound. In the back is actually the storage of the finished compost. From here, the material moves into this anaerobic digester, which is right here. Right now, this plant runs about 40,000 tons a year. So we anticipate we would probably need, if we were doing a regional solution, around 2 or more of these. In the back is the biogas capture, and then this is for upgrading and processing into renewable natural gas. Internally, very simple. It's more complicated, but it's a great image. The solids go in. They are turned and allowed to decompose, generating the biogas, which is then captured and then upgraded. So another technology we're considering this is for the PFAS destruction. So unlike anaerobic digestion that doesn't treat or kill the PFAS, but this technology and the next one we've identified as potentials, and we're still exploring all alternatives as well. So supercritical water oxidation, it's actually a technical term. Supercritical is a heightened state of water. And I just wanted to show what it would actually look like. You had the image of the anaerobic digester. This is like the inner workings of the supercritical water oxidation facility, but they are small enough to fit in containers and would be, they're scalable. Internally, this is basically high temperature, high pressure, and then with the high temperature and the high pressure, you're able to break down any volatile organic compounds and then destroying the PFAS. Finally, high temperature pyrolysis, mentioned it earlier. This is a series of high temperature pyrolysis units in circuit in tandem. And then internally, very similarly, organic material goes in, it is raised to a high temperature, and then you have biochar on the back end. Additionally, synthetic gas can be generated, potentially upgraded to renewable natural gas, and there is a technology which actually takes the syngas, runs it back into the actual operation, and then destroys the PFAS. So there is no syngas on the outside. Project benefits, we anticipate renewable fuel. The biochar on the back end, besides land application, potentially can be used to treat for PFAS and leachate and wastewater. We anticipate job creation, healthy soils, and then compliance with 1383 through the use of renewable natural gas. Additionally, in the diversion of these organic materials, there will be environmental credits that will be available for sale. This slide is basically just a point that there are a lot of interested parties, governmental, state, and national entities that are looking to invest or to help fund a project similar to this. This isn't that we're going to apply to all of them. It's just that we want to be able to explore what is applicable, what makes sense, talk to council, and then you all decide things that we want to move forward with and how they can best suit our purposes. So finally, what are we asking tonight? We're asking for an approval of the resolution, the $60,912 for SWCA Environmental to start their work on CEQA and LAFCO preparation. For the city, it would allow staff to begin the preparation of the general plan amendment and pre-zoning to be included with that CEQA and LAFCO work. And then additionally, the approval of the resolution will allow staff to explore any relevant grant opportunities that may exist for the development of a project like this. And that is it. So happy to take questions, comments. Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, one big distinction is that the normal digester does not get rid of the PFAS, and that's the big thing here that we're trying to attack, I think. So
yeah, I mean, I think that when I started here at the city, it was really great to have wastewater and solid waste like cohabitating at the wastewater plant, because then you get to identify their problem is also my problem, and then sometimes finding the solution is actually just combining your problems to make it bigger. And so to make it economical, it is exactly that. Put the biosolids with the organic waste, and then you're able to ideally find a solution that does both of those things.
Pretty exciting stuff. Any, Councilman Strong?
Yes, one of the things in your area about uses, item 5, one thing I didn't see there was regional buses. And it's my understanding that the actual fueling component is rather bulky, and it doesn't fit well in the regional transportation site. But they do need that type of bus to run the grade, because the electric buses can't take that grade.
Okay.
And they have to convert out of the gasoline.
Sure. There is so HZI, Hitachi Zosen Inova, is the company that actually does the facility. They created and run the facility down in Slow. One of the ways that they do renewable natural gas is there's a thing that they call a virtual pipeline, where they'll actually collect the renewable natural gas and then they will take it and stage it somewhere else. And so I think that in the future, whether it be buses or whatever, I think there's definitely an opportunity for us to be able to find solutions for buses in terms of finding alternative fuels that are renewable, that are...
Well, they got them to use this type of fuel.
Okay.
And the problem is they don't want to purchase those because to have the fueling thing, it takes up too much of their space in the facility they've got.
Oh, where they currently are located.
Where they currently are.
Copy that.
Which is brand new. I mean, they just bought it, so you know, they don't want to.
Well, then it would just make the connectivity between down there and up here even more if we are their resource for fueling.
And they already parked some of their buses on our property now, so I would think that you'd get a hold of Jeff Straw and have a conversation with him on that possibility.
Something I need to add regarding renewable natural gas, we probably neglected to point out that we are blessed in Paso Robles with a very forward-thinking contract waste hauler in Paso Waste and Recycle. They have already invested in switching their entire fleet of trash trucks from diesel fuel to natural gas. So all of these trucks are fueled with natural gas. You know, some of it might be fossil fuel derived natural gas, but it's really, your renewable natural gas is chemically identical to fossil fuel derived natural gas, and so they won't have to make any modifications to their fleet of trucks to begin using renewable natural gas. And between Paso Robles Waste and Recycle and the waste hauler for our neighbors to the south in Atascadero, which also have a fleet of natural gas fueled trucks, they could use every bit of renewable natural gas that a facility like this could generate.
Okay, that was my question, is not to have any left over. To have enough customers.
I don't think that's going to be a challenge. Additionally, depending on how CalRecycle determines how like SB 1383 credits are able to be applied, even if we generated more renewable gas than any of the jurisdictions or partners would necessarily need, then it just becomes something that you can sell in the open market.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we are the only city in the state that owns its own landfill.
There are only a handful that own their own landfill.
I think the rest might be in Southern California.
There is, I know because I worked for one, Lompoc's got one. Their time frame for how long that's going to last isn't necessarily, it's not going to last forever. And then Santa Maria has one. But if you head up the coast, those are all private. So yeah, there aren't many of us. And that's why the annexation of this land, and be it this conceptual plan or anything else in the future, there aren't many jurisdictions that have property that would allow you to develop a plan like this.
Thank you.
Yep.
Pro Tem Gregory.
So, aren't you a rookie?
I am a rookie. Yeah, that's
That was very well
I
done.
learned how to use this tool.
Very well done. You're learning very quickly and doing a great job. Thank you. So I have a couple technical questions. So the money for the resolution we're approving for tonight, are most of those funds going for the annexation to LAFCO, or is there actually design?
So the $60,000 is actually for the preparation of all the CEQA work and it's associated assistance to get it through LAFCO. If you look at the bottom of the resolution in terms of fiscal impacts, there's an outline for there's an additional like $12,800 or something like that, which is all the various application fees that are associated with going through the process. So the $60,912 is for SWCA to generate what we anticipate being an initial study, mitigated negative deck, and then to sort of like usher the thing through the process on our behalf.
So just to be clear, Councilmember Gregory, you are not approving the LAFCO application tonight or anything like that. No. This is just to get the environmental work done and have it be comprehensive enough to address the potential for this project so that they can pursue the grant funding.
Right. So my second question is about the potential of this project. And I just, conceptually, I want to understand how this is going to work. So these digesters are millions and millions of dollars. So you guys will be going out looking for grants, and then we'll be working with the other cities to build this. Is that the way it would work?
I think there's several scenarios. To be completely honest, there are several funds and several grant opportunities that would eat away a lot of this. And then it makes it more interesting, and then the council would determine how they potentially would want to move forward. Additionally, one of the other things, unlike various other utilities and projects moving forward, one of the things that we are anticipating is doing more of a design, build, operate, finance potentially with this. So then it would be on the private entity to develop an approved diagram of how we would work through this, and then the payback to the city would be less if they're forwarding all the money, but if we are securing major grants, that would change.
Let me just clarify. So the idea that we're presenting tonight is one where it would be a public-private partnership. That's kind of the model that we think is most likely to happen. But as Adam mentioned, it does appear as if there are some grants that can provide a significant amount of funds where it could possibly fund the entirety of this project. If that's the case, the city, we would have to decide whether or not we want to get in this business and have it be a city-owned and run and maintained facility or not. So there are a few potential ways at which we can realize this project, and of course, we'll be bringing that to you along the way.
Yeah, very good. Well, very well done. Thank you.
Councilman Bouch.
Thank you. So when we first discussed this, I had a daughter that did a master's thesis on the use of biochar by ancient Mayans. I said, well, she's going to be really excited about this. When I talked to her about it, she mentioned, without really prompting, all the stuff that she has. She ended up with her PhD in sustainable use of peri-urban spaces for agriculture. And this is a big problem around the world of we're running out of land to grow things, not necessarily here in this country, but other places. And what do you do at the Waste Project? So she was just so excited for pastorals that we are this far ahead of everybody. So she said, Dad, you got to really support this and whatever you can do to help. So thank you very much for bringing this to the fore. What can we do to help and support?
I will send her a Christmas card.
Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, one other thing. Because it's listed as an annexation, an annexation process, a lot of people might wonder, why were you annexing something that's way far away from the city? We should mention that it's immediately adjacent to city right now, because the landfill itself is already part of the city.
I'm just going back
So we're only annexing something that's already immediately adjacent to something that's already part of the city.
Correct. There is a little island in the city, which is the landfill, and then we are just we are annexing the land right in front of it. And then an additional point, Councilmember Bouch, we have support from the Upper Salinas Resource Conservation District. They are really interested in being able to apply any of this biochar to create healthy soils. And then there's additional things that we would ideally like to be able to do. But yeah, there are other interested parties that would be very supportive of this effort.
I need to add a little bit regarding biochar. It's not just valuable for agriculture. Those of you that have looked closely at concrete, you know that it takes an incredible amount of energy and carbon dioxide emissions to make Portland cement, right? And so, and when you're constructing things, there are certain industries, corporations, wineries, for example, who might have an interest in being carbon neutral, right? And what we have learned about biochar is that there's a potentially limitless demand in using biochar as a substitute for some of the sand and aggregate and concrete mixtures. So you can produce carbon neutral or even carbon negative concrete. And so there are certain corporations who have, are in markets where they have, discerning customers who want, sustainable products. And we believe that in the Paso Robles area, there are potentially a lot of businesses like that who would potentially want to use carbon negative or carbon neutral biochar enhanced concrete. So
You wouldn't be
lots of potential
referencing,
uses for this.
you would be referencing wind energy and then how much cement a wind farm needs, that it takes forever to become carbon neutral if you're building wind farms. So that's a very good use of biochar.
Yeah, you may have heard this term carbon sequestration. This is the pinnacle of carbon sequestration. Rather than letting it decompose and run methane up into the atmosphere that contributes to climate change, this is the opposite. This would sequester carbon either into soil or forever products like concrete.
Matt, real quick question, or Adam. Mine basically is, throughput. With any of these kind of processes, getting them enough to put through the system is going to be critical. Are there other facilities like this already built, like in bigger metropolitan areas?
Yes. And so, first of all, the waste to energy aspect, the anaerobic digestion, the conversion of organic waste to renewable natural gas, that is tried and true. There are literally thousands of installations in Europe where they've been doing this for decades. It's relatively new to North America, but we have actually one of the first in North America right down the road at San Luis Obispo. And when it comes to regional facilities for the processing of biosolids, we're also blessed that California has really been a pioneer in the advanced processing of biosolids. Actually, California and Italy, where they have a shortage of land. They don't really have a lot of land where they can spread the biosolids byproduct of wastewater. And so it's actually an Italian company in California who has pioneered an installation in Redwood City, California. It's a wastewater agency called Silicon Valley Clean Water, and they have been turning biosolids into biochar for several years now. The big benefit of it is they are eliminating the land disposal of biosolids. So they are eliminating the environmental liability associated with that traditional practice of land application of biosolids, and they are turning it into biochar, in which cases they could sell that biochar for thousands of dollars per ton. And with the sale of that biochar, there's actually revenue coming back to Silicon Valley Clean Water. So you're essentially turning lemons into lemonade. You are essentially turning what was previously a major liability for cities like us into a marketable commodity.
That's amazing. Hopefully this facility, if it gets completed, that will actually be a profit center for this city and other cities participating as well.
Yeah, and what we want to emphasize is that we don't want to wait for the regulations to force us to do something like this. What we've learned over time is that you stay slightly ahead of the regulations, and that's when the grant money comes. Mm-hmm. They want to, the resources agencies like EPA, they want to see model projects that could be copied throughout the land. And so if we stay slightly ahead of our neighbors, we are much more likely to be competitive for grant funding.
Very good. Thank you. All right. We're going to leave it at this point and bring up the public. Anyone wishing to address this item, come forward and we can get your questions answered. None? Okay. Bring it back to council then for this discussion and or action.
I'm ready to make a motion, but I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
For our city attorney. On the recommendation I have, would you like me to read all of it? Okay. So I move that we approve Resolution 24XXX authorizing the following. Authorize the city manager and their designee to undertake the work necessary to prepare the rezoning and associated general plan amendments and enter into a contract with SWCA Environmental Consultants not to exceed $60,912 for CEQA review of the LAFCO application submittal for annexation of 133 acres of city-owned property adjacent to the city landfill. If approved, the city council below other issues necessary to pursue grant opportunities. And authorize staff to explore and apply the relevant federal and state grants to fund potential regional facility for advanced processing of biosolids and necessary associated infrastructure.
Second by Bausch.
Okay, we'll go, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch on the first one then. So, any discussion on the item? Call for that question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
And thank you for that presentation. It's wonderful.
Yeah, well done.
And I just want to also say, not long after I was appointed to this position, Mr. Bausch and I were treated to a water and sewer tour that I'm sure they thought was going to be an hour and ended up being 4.5 hours. But it was fascinating, and it's still fascinating tonight. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Sharon. Moving on, we have fiscal years. You want to take a break real quick?
Chris is gone.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes break. We'll bring the meeting back to order. Everyone's on the dais. So next we have item 2, fiscal years 2024 and 25 and 25-26 budget process and timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Tyler's,
So as you can see, I have Mr. Chris Hewitt at the lectern there to be able to provide a short, brief presentation on our kickoff to the 2024 through 2026 budget process and timeline. This is something that's well familiar to some of you council members that have been here doing it a while. It may be a new process to those of you that are new to the dais. So I've asked Mr. Hewitt to kind of run through how we envision this process going and the timelines to get us to a final adoption, which is, a requirement per our municipal code, and I'm sure expectations for everybody in the community to have a solid budget process. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hewitt.
Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council, Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager. As Mr. Lewis mentioned, I'll be walking through very briefly tonight an overview of the budget process for this year with the City Council's concurrence, of course. So with that, I'll get started. As a reminder, in the current budget cycle that we're in, this council approved us to return to a 2-year budget cycle. So we prepare and plan for the budget in 2-year increments, and that's what we're proposing to do for the upcoming budget cycle as well. We feel like we're in a continued good spot to continue to project and build out the budget for 2 years. As you'll see in the calendar, the budget is adopted the last regular city council meeting in June typically, and our fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th. We didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk about some major budget themes that staff sees. This is more of a preview, not meant for any particular discussion this evening. We continue to ask ourselves the question, when will we see changes in the economy, potentially that would see more of a slowdown impacting general revenues of the city. To date, we haven't seen that slowdown, although we're seeing probably more of a flattening of revenues. We're still waiting to see if any more impacts are coming from an economy that's slowing down. Of course, top of mind locally are roads and funding in particular as we move into the next budget cycle. The next budget cycle aligns with the potential sunset of Measure E12, which provides the lion's share of local street repair funding to the city. So that's something that we'll have to consider and discuss during this budget process. Of course, public safety is always top of mind, both with the community and the city council. Continuing to look at Measure J20 and implementing resources both for police and fire to maintain and enhance public safety services to the community. The next bucket really revolves around facilities and infrastructure, making sure that we prioritize and budget appropriately for deferred maintenance items, many that have been on the books for a while that need to be addressed at this facility and others. Major infrastructure, things like State Route 46 East Union Road overpass, and then contractually obligated capital improvements. The one that comes top of mind is the work that we're doing with the Gateway project on South Vine, the bridge, the road, and the various other infrastructure. And then the last bucket really revolves around our people and the importance of retaining and recruiting key staff throughout the organization to meet the demands of the community and the services that we're rendering. Along with that comes the fact that I think we've grown about 20% over the last 2 years in terms of staffing. And again, with that comes need to address ongoing issues such as office space, something we really want to focus on in the upcoming budget cycle. We're also undergoing a full class and comp study right now, which is something else that'll be top of mind as we bring goals in various budget items forward to you this year. Regarding the city council goals, so every couple of years, the city council, before the budget's adopted, adopts a set of goals. And so you're all likely familiar with the goals that the council adopted back in 2022. And these are really the blueprint for the city staff to follow, to prioritize resources and staff time to achieve, again, the goals that this council sets out for us. This last goals document, the staff at the executive level has had a chance to really dive into this document, obviously, and staff has over the last 2 years. But in reflecting on it, what we have is really a collection of some specific and other very general kind of aspirational type of goals that are not maybe specifically measurable or timeline driven. And so probably the biggest significant change that staff is proposing this year is to bring you all a new set of formatted goals that really provide both the council and the community and staff with very specific, as we outlined here, specific, achievable, measurable, timeline driven, a little less aspirational, something that you see aspirational goals probably more in a strategic plan, whereas the goals that we'd like to bring you are for a finite period of time for 2 years to try to achieve during that time frame. So that's something that we'd like to make a change on this year, and we're working towards. With that being said, included in the packet and up here on the slide is the proposed timeline. This reflects a similar timeline and similar events around the budget process as we've seen the last couple of cycles. In particular, I want to focus in on that March 2nd date. That's actually a Saturday, and typically what we've done is we've come in this room, really engage the public and encourage them to come here or participate remotely and provide input both on goal setting and priorities as well as budget. This would also include a budget overview from our staff as well as each department and their goals for the upcoming budget cycle. And staff's goals we see as kind of one piece of a three-legged stool in terms of setting those goals. Obviously, the council, you all have priorities, and the public will as well, but that'd be the opportune time to talk about that. And we wanted to make sure that that date worked, obviously, for you all, and then we would go out and make sure that we're engaging the public, making aware of that date and time. Then you'll see some different additional dates that are really coinciding with regular city council meetings. And again, similar to what we did this last go around, bringing to you a budget overview on the 16th of April, and then in 2 meetings in May, reviewing different components of the budget, initially focusing on department overviews, Measure J20 expenditures, the general fund expenditures, and then on the later date in May, really focusing in on our enterprise and internal service funds. Of course, as Mr. Lewis mentioned, we have an obligation to adopt a budget prior to the start of the fiscal year. And so we've penciled that in, obviously, for June 18th at the moment. So that was my effort to be brief this evening. And so certainly I will take questions, and we'll take questions. But the recommendation tonight is to move forward with noticing the community outreach for the workshop, endorse the development calendar, and let us know if there's any conflicts, particularly with March 2nd. And we'll do our best to work around those if possible. So with that, that concludes my statements.
Thank you, Chris. Questions of Mr. Hua? Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, Chris, so on the public workshop, so how are you going to do that? Are you going to take a sampling of our goals from 2022 and morph into new direction, or what's that all about?
Sure, I can jump in here, Mr. Gregory, on this. So I think the way that we envision these, and this is what we've been working on for several weeks now behind the scene with the executive staff, and it started off with our executive treat that we had this year, is really trying to identify what we can accomplish in a 2-year budget cycle. So obviously there are, staff and council to a large degree are involved in the day-to-day operations of the city and see things on the horizon, whether it's changes in the landscape regarding SB 1383, or it could be anything from a host of issues that our executive staff has identified within the next 2-year horizon. So what I've challenged the team to do is to compile those various goals that they've identified that they think that the community and the council should be aware of, and those are their recommendations. So you'll get an initial presentation from our executive staff on those goals and associated costs and what we foresee in the future. Then the next iteration of that would be to hopefully the community's here and engaged and listening to what staff has proposed. And certainly community members are going to have their own ideas as to what they think the budget priorities should be. And then finally, it would come back to the council, as Mr. Hewitt explained, that you've now heard from staff, you've heard from the community, and again, you might have your own ideas as to where some of those priorities should be directed, but you'll have the opportunity to anaerobically digest everybody's comments and then hopefully come out with some nice outputs when it comes to
Some PFAS coming out of that? Or?
No PFAS, no PFAS.
Sounds like a lot of gas.
Yeah, a lot of gas.
We're putting forth a carbon neutral budget plan.
There you go.
So that is really the way we foresee this. And then again, when it comes to the actual, I think some of the budget documents that you've seen in the past are Ryan and his team, Mr. Cornell and his team have put together a budget in brief that says, look, here's how the budget marries up with some of the stated goals by council. But the big difference that you're going to see is instead of these big overarching improved roads, you're going to see more refined statements. It's like, what are we going to do in 2 years? So what's it going to take? And there's, as we said, there's a whole host of, everybody has been doing great work with their strategic planning, and a lot of those have been brought before council for your endorsement and your approval. A lot of those have price tags attached to those. So you're going to have your opportunity now to understand why those are important to the community, to the organization, and hopefully to the council, and endorse or reject those or modify them based upon that input. So hopefully this process will become a little bit more of a transparent and accountability focused process.
So just a clarifying question on that. City Council will then share goals that we might have on March 2nd, or does that come later in the process?
No, that's the way I envision this. Obviously, with this timeline, you're going to have a lot of bites at the apple.
Okay.
And so, behind the scenes, I'll be having these conversations with you in our weekly meetings, and we'll be having, Mr. Hewitt and I talked about being able to have, this as a focus of one of our coffee with the city manager topics as well, to be able to get more input. So this whole process is designed to really give a holistic view of what our goals are going to be during this budget cycle from various perspectives, from staff perspective, from community perspective, and then ultimately you're the decision makers that get to say we've heard it all and we agree with this or we don't agree with that, and help us move forward. Just realizing that I think a lot of communities use the word essential. I'm not quite there on essentialism, but there are a lot of things that we can and should be doing, as well as some things that from staff's perspective that we've identified as critical pathways to advance particular initiatives within the community, whether it's infrastructure such as the Highway 46 bridge, or whether it's moving forward with a renewable energy park. It could be a variety of things, but you need to hear those and understand what those are in order to make an informed decision.
Okay. Any other questions from staff yet? Okay,
I have a question.
Oh,
What
sure,
time
sure.
are you talking about on the 2nd? When do you usually meet to have the?
Typically, we start mid-morning, so somewhere around 10 o'clock. And I would say that it's a good share of the day for the most part. So we would probably be done by 3 or 4, depending on how long the discussion takes.
Lots of donuts, right?
Real quick,
Sandwiches.
I just checked all of my dates. I'm good with all these proposed dates. Is everybody looking okay on their calendars too?
I can make the 2nd work, yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm good for the first couple.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a calendar set out that far.
That far, okay. Well, this is proposed, and so we'll open up then to council or to public for any public comment on this as well. Anyone out there wishing to
John?
Jeff Carr, Paso Robles. Regarding this budget, yeah, it's good. 2-year time frame. That's a good for a detailed budget. And a lot of these items have been on the last budget reviews for as long as I've lived here. And the one I think that maybe needs a little more attention is, and maybe a better long-term view, are the streets. And I'm probably not telling you anything you don't know, but I'm just saying that this 2-year budget, I'm not sure how you can address the streets in 2 years with a 2-year budget. And so I mean, right now I'm here, we're spending $5 to $6 million a year. I mean, I read that it takes $15 million just to keep the maintenance up that we're not doing. And then there's I heard one number of $250 million for all the identified projects, even more now. So I really think you need to work on a long-term plan to get the streets in order and quit this every time. Now the sales tax issue is going to be coming up too, and I know you're pushing for that to be renewed. And a lot of people are going to come back and say, well, I thought we were going to fix the streets with the last one. But no, if they were really understood the situation, they'd know you're just barely hanging on here with this. And so that's my plea is let's get a long-term plan and try to get that aspect of all your different priorities at least taken care of with some sensible plan. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else? Francisco.
Francisco Ramirez, council members, thank you once again. I'd like to see some of these proposals, some of these meetings with the community, with the neighbors here in Paso Robles, if they could be some, I know we're all busy and stuff, but maybe allow for some of the people that work during the day to be able to make these meetings later on, such as, this city council meeting is at 6:30, and maybe, after 5, I'm not saying all of them, but at least make one of these meetings available for everybody else that works during the day to be able to come and be a part of a community meeting with you guys later on in the afternoon. That would be helpful for the community also.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
This was very helpful to see kind of the timeline. And I'm curious if after that initial workshop.
Your name?
Oh, Chris Beal, sorry.
Chris, you're good.
I was wondering after the initial workshop if the process is still kind of iterative, because it's one thing to have something presented here at a council meeting, but like really having time to understand it and to go through the presentation and to absorb it and to be able to feed back to that. So, I mean, maybe somebody could explain that to me.
Okay.
If there's kind of a feedback process going forward.
That's why we have a number of meetings, but yeah, we'll get staff to answer that. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back. Chris Huat, you want to?
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can jump in and address some of Mr. Carr's concerns. And I don't want to give too much away of the surprise of all of this, but he's spot on with the road situation. And Ms. Berman and her team, as well as the city manager's office, have been working on a comprehensive plan. Again, it's a suggestion to city council to adopt. I think he nailed it. The past we've had, we've been limited to, $5 to $7 million a year funding source that comes in to be able to repair our roads. So it really limits your ability to get ahead of things, to be able to meet community expectations when it comes to such a used tool every day to get around for emergency vehicles. And we realize that as staff too, and we share that frustration. So we've been working diligently on a plan that if and when the time's right through this process, that the council decides to pursue a renewal of E12, that there would be opportunities to, I think, enhance what we've been doing in a major way. But that's a discussion for another day, and it's definitely a point well taken. And again, those bucket items that Mr. Huat listed, those aren't your goals. Those are just the kind of buckets that each of these conversation pieces are going to go into, and they are repetitive because they seem to be recurring themes, as we tackle these. So more to come on all of that. On the second portion of that, I think that Mr. Ramirez is correct that, we have the opportunity to choose, places and locations and times that are, suitable for attendance from all of our community members. And we are seeking, that's a key component of this for staff and for the council is to hear from all of our community members on what's important to them so that we can work those into it. And then the very last comment regarding Ms. Beal would be that, yes, this is going to be a very iterative process, that there'll be an opportunity again to hear from staff, to hear from community members, and to hear from the council. We'll take that information, staff will process it and bring it back for a review, and we'll be able to work through this process. But again, we do have very definite timeframes that we have to stick to. And that calendar outlines the process on which we expect to accomplish.
Very good. Thank you, Ty. Chris, I brought you up, but I think Ty pretty much answered unless you have something to add.
No, other than the recommendation for you this evening is on the screen.
Okay, very good. Bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
Ready for action?
Hold on.
Yeah, discussion?
No.
Okay. So I move that we direct staff.
May I?
You're doing it. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to do the motion. I want to discuss it a little bit.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You're
Let's make
rushing
the
the
motion
process.
and then go.
I'll let him make the motion. That's
Yeah,
fine.
go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
Discussion.
So after doing 3-year budgets every year for the past 10 years, I am really looking forward to only doing a 2-year budget. That's going to be a treat. To Frank's idea of doing a maybe even by district meeting, I think getting into that as we have become more of a city by district. I think if that works out, it might be something to think about having meetings in various districts, or there is a lot of underserved community members that aren't able to participate, and I think that's just an excellent recommendation.
I think, Mr. Bausch, that those are all valuable input. That the challenge that we have is, again, balancing the need for people to listen in remotely, which this chamber is the only one that it can accomplish that, because we have the capabilities to broadcast out and we have all the recording equipment to be able to do that. So we're still working on ways to get that input from folks, but I think in the interest of, making this as those people that can't make it here could listen online or could listen in various manners. So we're trying to accomplish a balance there.
I appreciate the current situation. That should not be an obstacle. There are ways to broadcast remote meetings, and they're not that technologically challenged. We probably don't have the equipment, so maybe that might be a good short-term goal to acquire that equipment. But we can talk about that later.
Discussion. I had a question too, then Ty. I mean, isn't there something when we come to this part in our cycle that we can get a word out through maybe our water bills? In other words, bring public up to awareness that this is the time to speak up and get that out there, so to speak, that, if they can't make a meeting, certainly their written statement goes into the record as well. So there's lots of ways to be heard. So I'm thinking maybe that might be something we want to try and do too.
No, once this process is, if it's confirmed by council this evening, we'll begin immediately, working on getting the message out through all of our partners and social media, press releases, you name it. We'll be getting that information out on radio. Shauna Howenstan, our community engagement coordinator, along with our various departments that have regular contact, our advisory bodies, will be, providing presentations. So there's going to be a lot of information that's going to be going out to the community to accept feedback, and make sure that we get it to council.
Very good. All right.
All right.
Pro Tem Gregory, you want to make a motion then?
So I move that we direct staff to move forward with noticing and community outreach for the workshop and endorse the proposed budget development calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? And call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. Brings us then to city manager report. Ty Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a pretty short report, but it was productive. Most of you know that I was absent last week. I was able to travel with Paul Sloan, our Economic Development Director, to Orlando, Florida, where we were able to attend a spaceport conference. It was really, I describe it as 3 conferences built into one. Where we heard from various industry partners that from the government sector, military, commercial, SpaceX. There was a number of folks that were present at these, and including an expo from all kinds of leading industry professionals involved in spaceport and space exploration and transport. And all of that was to make sure that we have as much information, current contemporary information regarding what's going on in that particular field, since of course we're pursuing our application to the FAA and in cooperation with Cal Poly to establish a spaceport here in Paso Robles. More information to come out on that in our updates, but it was certainly a very positive experience, and I think that as we seek to establish the spaceport and the supporting tech corridor around that, there's a lot of opportunity and synergistic opportunities to partner with our neighbors in Vandenberg, as well as the private sector to really reimagine, our capabilities, not only in, the commercial area, but also more importantly for us, I think that we'd be a pioneer in the area of space as it pertains to learning institutions, and so some exciting times. And that concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Council reports and business reports. Start with Sharon Road.
A couple of things. I was sent off to the Mayor and Council Members Academy, teach you how to be a council person, which I have to say were really great classes, except for one. It was kind of all wasted time, and our city attorney will know what I'm talking about, was social media. And I heard all the complaints, and I leaned over a lady and I said, there's an answer to this, is live like I do, is just don't be on social media.
Exactly.
And she looked at me as though I was just from outer space. She didn't know how I existed. It was very beneficial, and I met a lot of people from all over the state. And there were 2 things that I think we shared in common, no matter where they were from. Everybody wants a vibrant and safe community, and everyone loves Paso Robles. When everybody always says, where are you from? Paso Robles. Ooh. So I like that. And then I was asked where all the other people were, and I said, no, they don't want to be with me. And I also have to say that there were some complaints about staff members and other council members and mayors. And I feel so blessed that I was able to share how proud I was to have a mayor and council members and staff that we have that work to make our hometown a better place to live, work, and enjoy, not only for ourselves, but others. I also went on a tour of the airport with Frida and Mark and Eric Cook, and now I'm very possessive over the airport. Very possessive. So I also met with Bill Borgs-Miller at ACI and saw their Mecca down there. It's very impressive, and he gave me a full tour and presentation. And I also met with Ryan Crowell here in town with Lloyd's, and we discussed his vision and submittal as a potential FBO. We also discussed land banking and effects on grants from with the FAA, and I'm still digesting some of that information, but I feel like I just kind of brushed the surface. But as I said, I got to warn you, I'm a little protective of our airport now, so I'm going to be getting a little bit more involved in those aspects as well.
Very good.
So
All right. Thank you, Sharon. Councilman Strong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think all of you know that I had a bad fall, so I spent a lot of my time recovering, but I did get a tour of the landfill and the annexation area. And it was a very interesting tour because mine was only an hour long. However, it had a full demonstration of the capabilities of the equipment there. It was really interesting because that equipment can do all kinds of things. It can get almost anything out of that's stuck in the mud. It's really something else. So that was very good, and it was a good lead into tonight. Other than that, that's where I'm going the next 8 days. I'm going to be in meetings regionally, statewide, nationally, covering 3,000 miles of area. And all of it does pertain to many of the things we've discussed tonight and will be discussing. My meeting first thing in the morning is going to be regional government, where it is pretty obvious that the counties or the region's effort for a sales tax increase is not going to pass. I think that board is not going to do it, but what they will be looking at, because the problem is this, local governments need that money, their sales tax portion. So does the regional government for a number of reasons. The regional government actually is denied a percentage of the money out of the state if it doesn't have it. So we are still one of the 4 regions in the whole state that are not blocked out of that money, which is why they can't fund us as much as they would like to. So we're hopefully that maybe we can change our advocacy budget procedure to advocate with the state that they change that formula, that they not limit us to a certain percentage and then a certain percentage, which then creates a problem for one or both of us. And for that reason, if they don't go ahead, it means they will not be able to help fund as much of our bridge for Union Road as they had hoped to and currently have budgeted. But as long as they don't, it means we can go ahead with ours. So without that interfering. So that's going to be an important meeting tomorrow. As soon as that meeting is over, I drive to Monterey for a statewide meeting. And that will include 3 days of conference. And in the conference, we have almost 150 different major organizations and jurisdictions that are all working on plans on addressing homelessness and its relationship to affordable housing and the provision of affordable housing. And they're going to try to come up with a unified statewide effort and plan that we can all get involved with to make this actually happen. So we're going to be addressing that also. And that's going to be for about the next 4 days. And as soon as that's over, I will be getting on a plane and flying to Washington, D.C., where I will be meeting again there for about 3 or 4 days. And we will again be discussing, in that case, transportation and infrastructure, including the allocations by the federal government to us for the very things that we were talking about tonight. And one of the things that we're advocating and working on very strongly, because in that organization, we just were involved and have hired a new executive director who is just taking over. And it's our former major advocate for transportation and infrastructure. So that's been his orientation. It's a great person to have leading the agency. And he's been my staff for 18 years now. So it's very good. In any event, at that point, what we're looking for is to convince the federal government to stop just giving all the money to the state and letting it allocate where the money goes. Because at the federal level, they're saying, well, we have this much money and this should be going to this and this should be going to that. But once it goes to the state, it doesn't get to where they intended. And so we want them to send that money directly to the agencies that it was supposed to be funding and get rid of the middleman that's taking a chunk of it for administrative purposes and not leaving us enough to do our projects. So that's what we're going to be working on nationally so that we can get the money, for instance, for Union Road and that bridge. And in that case, we may not need the CalCog money or the SOCOG money. So that's what we'll be working on the rest of the week up until about the 15th. And that's when I will be back here and at our next council meeting.
Safe travels, Fred.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Belch.
Well, the rest of you guys are off gallivanting around everywhere. I was, I got to take up Angelica on her invitation for our point in time count with Chris as well. The training was amazing. The actual count, I got assigned to the riverbed. I think we logged 7 miles up or down one side of the river and back up the other. Amazing people live down there, amazing stories, some good, some bad, but hats off to our CAT team that got to accompany us. So thanks very much for that. What else was I doing? The concerned citizens regarding our building department. There's some issues that we probably need to further discuss. Ty, I think you know what we're talking about. There's a lot of people that are still concerned that we might be taking a step backward in terms of customer service. I don't know enough about it, but there's a lot of people that seem to think we should be taking another look at it. Went out to the airport, met with some more citizens out there. I got to meet with Congressman Panetta twice, once down at Templeton Oncology and then another time at our teen center. Amazing level of concern that he had. Hats off to him for taking an interest in Paso Robles. We had a very interesting Main Street mixer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for joining. Lots of good comment on what's going on right here in downtown. Celebrated again. Don't think I'm shadowing you. That's not the intent. But congratulations again to Paso Robles Rotary in celebrating 100 years. Great event to see so many people out. Amazing amount of history concentrated in a few hours. And I don't know, John, how many people you think were there?
It was over 250, I think.
But just a showcase of great citizens. So thank you, Rotary. Met with Bill Borgsmiller and his staff for a little bit at an RAF mixer that was hosted at Jeffrey's Wine Country Barbecue. Thank you to all the British Air Force and their service and support people. Just listening to their stories and what they do and their service. Hats off to them. At the urging of a lot of people here in the community, attended a Zoom meeting hosted by NRC regarding relicensing for Diablo Canyon. I spoke in favor of the relicensing. There's a couple more opportunities if you want to speak for or against it coming up in the next couple of days. And then last, had a very interesting conversation with Ryan Kroll from Lloyd's and getting his perspective of what's happening and where the future of the airport might lie. As far as items to be brought up, I mentioned something earlier for something for council to consider on a future agenda. And maybe, Ty, we try your recommendation of explaining items prior. We'll see how that goes. I think that's a great suggestion. If not, I'll reserve the right to bring that back and talk about a dollar amount. I was also asked to follow up on a citizen's request for Prop 13 follow-up. Hopefully that's still in process. I think you're going to bring Cal Cities back and give us a presentation. So if you could
follow up.
Yeah, they were supposed to be here, but unfortunately they canceled, so we're rescheduling them for an upcoming council meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then finally, Mr. Rivera brought up some immigration issues and his concerns on subsidies, how that's impacting local here, housing affordability. Just put that out to council. That's something we might want to get an update on. I don't know what council action we could take, but trying to see if there's any information that staff might be able to present back to us. That would be, I think, a good staff report.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing.
Go ahead.
Speaking of Mr. Gregory, some members of the aquatics community asked if there was any interest. I think this was asked a long time ago in the past about as the school district goes through some of their own budget considerations, if we wanted to take another look at citing the aquatics complex at Centennial. I don't know if that's even feasible. My recollection as a school board trustee that wasn't a possibility, but I'm going to bring it back because I said I'd bring it to you guys.
Okay. I don't know if we can, there's interest on something like that at this point. I don't know, but we would entertain, I think, information obviously from rec department and those kind of folks, but.
So are they dropping it at the high school?
I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
Right now, it's on hold from what I understand. I think they're still trying to figure out what's going on up at Georgia Brown, those kinds of issues, and what they're going to have to spend to make all of that work. People are trying to get it back on the school's agenda, and one of the options that the people that I'm talking to thought it might be a good idea to look at that again. So,
And I used to spend a lot of time on the pool, and I think there's quite a few, maybe Anhela can help me with that. There's quite a few limitations.
Yeah, that was my recollection as well, but okay, thank you.
Mr. Bausch, that item has been brought to me as well in the school. My recommendation to those folks that brought it forward was to reach out to each of you as individual council members to, present their argument as to whether you want to support that on an individual basis. Certainly, if there was a particular ask from the school district to the council, we could evaluate that. But at this point, there's definitely a lot of pros and cons on that subject, and so that was my advice to the people that reached out to me, is to reach out to your councilmen in your respective districts and ask for their support. If they feel that it's appropriate and it's something they can get behind, then they can write letters or show up at school board meetings and make the appropriate endorsements that way. If there's financial asks, then obviously that's a different matter.
I'm not familiar about what you're talking about.
So there's the school district, as part of M16, proposed 2 swimming pools as at the aquatics complex, or proposed aquatics complex at the high school. It's embroiled in an awful lot of controversy we won't go through tonight. It was placed on an elementary school ballot as a community pool. So it was technically supposed to be a community pool, such as the community pool at Centennial Park. In 2015, Centennial went through an awful lot of renovation, if memory serves me correctly. So there wasn't a lot of interest in moving this high school's aquatic complex to Centennial. And there were, I think, some space limitations and some other stuff. Anyway, the whole scope of the aquatics complex has since changed quite a bit since 2016, down to a single pool, for example. So would that be something that might better fit at Centennial now? So if someone reaches out to you, sit down, talk, it's a great project. We need a pool
for the high school students and to serve the rest of the community.
Okay. All right, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah. So I attended the HSOC meeting, and the news coming out of that meeting is there's a decline in funding for homelessness coming from the state. So I highly recommend we work on the funding coming from the Board of Supervisors that group from the state of California, and having the plan in place is really going to help us get funding over other communities. But we're going to start seeing a little bit of a decline. Also, I attend LAFCO meeting, and a very interesting subject about Cambria on allowing more permits for people to build their houses. They don't have enough water to supply the houses they have, and they're trying to set up a plan for this permitting. And I just kind of shook my head at it going, they don't have a plan.
No.
They're doing the best they can. So we could approve them the way they were, but we could not approve any expansion at all. And I didn't see any hope for any future plan for them. I also am now the co-chair of LAFCO, just for formality.
Good.
And then I open new office hours every morning in the park between 7 and 8. You could come and talk with me and Augie Doggy, and he's a very happy doggy, and it'll be a good, happy conversation. So, downtown every day. It's in my district. I'm walking it every day and bugging Ty all the time with little details. And the rest of my last week was in 20 below zero weather in Idaho, and it was quite chilly, so we did a lot of indoor things. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. My business and committee report, basically we started off with APCD after our last meeting down in San Luis. Nothing really major to report there. Then we also, next day, went to Goleta, to the Ritz-Carlton. Actually, it was Assistant City Manager Chris Huat and our Economic Director Paul Sloan. Myself went down there and spoke at the REACH conference. REACH is a Regional Economic Action Coalition group. It unites basically public and private and civic leaders to basically come together to figure out how we can boost our economic prosperity here on the Central Coast. It's a really kind of a cool group. There's over 330 people there, is what I understand. And they only picked one city to speak, and that was Paso Robles. So I had the honor of doing that, and then we obviously spoke on our spaceport, which part of most of the conference was on space. We had speakers from Vandenberg and Cal Poly. Definitely rang the Cal Poly alumni bell there with the fact that, we're partnering strongly with the SET part of it, the department there that's running the satellites that are being developed here. And it was just a great opportunity to basically host and shine light on Paso Robles and what our efforts are. It was a great opportunity. Like I said, couldn't miss this thing, so it worked out really well. Next thing we did, of course, was the Main Street Mixer with Chris Bausch. He was there. And also the Paso Robles Rotary 100th. We actually recognized him last time with a proclamation here. Chris was there on that. That was a great event. Over 250 people there is what I kind of counted. It was really well done. So congratulations to 100 years of service in Paso Robles and around the world. Other than that, I have upcoming events. We have Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting February 7th, 5 o'clock. The Library Board of Trustees, February 8th at 9 a.m. Paso Robles City Council meeting advisory bodies are going to be this Thursday night at February 8th at 5 o'clock. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting February 12th, 1:30. Development Review Committee, February 12th, 3:30. Paso Robles Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee regular meeting is going to be February 12th at 4 o'clock. Then we have, again, the Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting February 13th at 6:30. We have Coffee with a Manager. Public safety is going to be the topic this time, February 16th, 7:30 a.m. And where is that going to be, Ty? Is that the same location? Down on Railroad Street, right? City facilities closing and observance of President's Day is going to be on February 19th. That's a Monday, I believe. Paso Robles City Council is going to be our next meeting here February 20th at 6:30. And I don't have anything else unless anybody has something more. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
Council members have interview binders upstairs in their boxes for Thursday night's meeting. Interview binders.
Oh, yes. We're going to be, I mentioned it, I believe. Yeah, we're going to be up there this Thursday night. So. Oh, yeah, I already have it right here. Yeah, good to go. Okay, we're good to go. So motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Sharon, you got one, and then who's going to second? All right, Chris. All in favor?
Aye.
Very well, we're adjourned. Thank you.